Välkommen till Internetdagarna 2016. Plats på scen Måns Jonasson och Ann-Marie Eklund Lövinder.
Wow. God morgon på er och välkomna till den 17:e omgången av Internetdagarna. Det betyder att nästa år blir Internetdagarna myndigt. Ja, vad händer då, tror?
Ja, de kanske får köpa öl.
Hörrni, är ni taggade? Oj, hörde du?
Tveksamt. Jag tyckte World Wide Web med Nick Borgen skulle dra igång den här festen.
Ja, men lite så hade man ju väntat sig. Är ni taggade? Ja, titta, äntligen. Måns?
Ja,
vad ska vi säga om internet?
Det här med du sa att att internetdagarna håller på att bli myndigt. 2016 känns som att det har varit ett ganska jobbigt år för internet. Lite som en orolig tonåring så sparkar det och skriker åt alla håll. Och lite som oroliga tonårsföräldrar så diskuterar vi vad ska vi egentligen göra med den här tonåringen. Det har varit otroligt stora attacker mot infrastrukturen. Både mot våra rootservrar och DNS-servrar på nätet som har skakat internet faktiskt i grundvalarna och fått allt fler säkerhetsmänniskor att börja fundera på hur vi kan trygga internet i framtiden. Och det har också varit ett år då vi har börjat ifrågasätta hur bra är det här med internet egentligen när det sprids falska nyheter och sådana saker. Speciellt efter det amerikanska presidentvalet, det har ju ingen missat. Båda de här frågorna och mycket fler täcker vi såklart in i årets program som är det största och bredaste någonsin. Och det är faktiskt också publikrekord för internetdagarna i år. Så att även om vi är en orolig tonåring på internet så känns det som att vi har framtiden för oss, eller vad säger du? Absolut,
det är jag övertygad om. Och för er som inte är bekanta med Internetstiftelsen i Sverige så är det ju, förutom att vi då sköter om domännamns administration och teknik för toppdomänerna .se och .nu, så använder vi mycket av våra resurser för att bidra till en positiv utveckling av internet. Man kan väl säga att vi är sån här internet nanny. Ja. Vi kommer ut med mycket information och guider. Vi gör mycket projekt och istället för att ha mig rabblande om det så tycker jag vi tittar på en film. Varsågoda.
Det här är Internetstiftelsen i Sverige, IIS. Vi är en oberoende allmännyttig organisation som jobbar för att förbättra internet i Sverige och världen.
Så här går det till. Alla adresser som slutar på .se eller .nu hanteras av oss. Pengarna vi får in från alla er som registrerar domäner bidrar till våra många internetförbättrande projekt.
Du kanske någon gång har mätt din uppkopplingshastighet med Bredbandskollen. Det är en av våra tjänster som är gratis att använda tack vare överskottet från domänerna.
Med Sitekollen kan du testa prestandan för din webbplats.
Genom webbstjärnan får tusentals lärare och elever lära sig att använda internet för att publicera skolarbetet.
Vi har gett ut över 30 internetguider om viktiga ämnen och de är helt gratis att läsa på webben.
Varje år publicerar vi Svenskarna och internet, Sveriges viktigaste undersökning om internetanvändning.
Genom Internetfonden stödjer vi varje år ett stort antal externa internetförbättrande projekt med flera miljoner kronor.
Varje höst är det dags för Internetdagarna, Sveriges viktigaste mötesplats för alla som jobbar med internet.
Genom identitetsfederationer blir det lättare att logga in utan att komma ihåg en massa lösenord. Vi på IIS är federationsoperatör för skolfederation som vänder sig till Sveriges skolor och Sambi för hela den svenska vård- och omsorgssektorn.
Internetmuseum redovisar internets historia ur det svenska perspektivet. Här kan den intresserade besökaren följa utvecklingen från forna tiders kostigar till dagens digitala flerfiliga motorväg.
Du som väljer en .se eller .nu-domän får alltså inte bara en fantastisk adress på nätet utan hjälper också till att förbättra internet i Sverige. Tack!
Ja, visst är det tjusigt? Nej.
Tystnaden talar.
Okay.
Jag tycker det är jättetjusigt, Ann-Marie. Jag tycker det är väldigt tjusigt.
Hörrni, en praktisk sak innan vi går vidare. Vi ska informera er. Skulle det vara så olyckligt att det gick ett larm som du faktiskt gjorde förra året, så finns det utrymningsvägar bakom er 3 stycken och en på vardera sidan här. Så då är det bara att ta sig till närmaste och lämna lokalen. Nu ska vi ju se till att inte det hoppas händer.
Precis.
Då är det väl dags att börja programmet.
Nu kör vi igång tycker jag.
Ja, och då är det mitt nöje att få presentera Juliana Rotich, en kenyansk datavetare och IT-entreprenör som främst känd för att ha utvecklat en webbapplikation som heter Ushahidi. Och den samlar snabbt kring medborgargenererad information om naturkatastrofer, krig och andra typer av kriser. Hon är därtill en flitig bloggare och debattör och pratar mycket om vår miljö och teknikanvändningen på den afrikanska kontinenten. Välkommen Juliana Rotich. En varm applåd.
Good morning, everyone. It is truly an honor to join you here today in Stockholm. I come from the edge, I come from Kenya, and as I was talking to one of the speakers who is coming up, we were just comparing notes about how the internet can lead into non-linear lives. I'm the child of a former architect and a school teacher, and I was working in the US before I got together with a few friends, and together I'll share a few stories and a few of the things that I've learned from some of the things that we built. I was working as a computer scientist for Sprint Telecom. So the story of the internet is quite close to my heart, and it was really fun to hear the song beginning, Wild, Wild, Wild. That was really cool. Anyway, let's begin. I want to talk to you today about the internet of possibility. When I first got on the internet, it was a place of, yes, possibility. And I'd like to share a few of those stories. And one of the key things that came out of it is we realized that the internet was super useful when faced with adversity. So let me take you back to 2008 in Kenya, a country that had been on a growth trajectory. It was doing great. There was a lot of excitement about multi-party politics, about the advent of democracy after many years of autocratic rule. And the elections did not go as well as we had expected. Does that sound familiar? Now, the problem that we had at that particular time was a flow of information. The flow of information was curtailed. On the 29th of December 2007, there was a ban on live media broadcasts. And if there was ever a time when you wanted blanket coverage of what was happening to your country, it was then. But they were showing The Sound of Music. It led to a few of us collaborating, coming together and creating the first prototype of something that we called Ushahidi. Ushahidi stands for, is the Swahili word for witness or testimony. And I'll show you a quick video of what we did a few years after. Ushahidi is the Swahili word for witness or testimony. Ushahidi, the software, allows for people to share their story.
Our mantra revolves around three things: the crowd, verification, and response.
Ushahidi is free and open source. Anybody can go to the web and download it and run their own platform tomorrow. It's that simple.
It allows a citizen to report, to indicate, hey, this is what's going on. The underlying thing is they can use whichever device they have in their pocket. And all that information is brought into a central location and mapped. So what we call geolocation.
The big mission that we're on, it's really to change the way information flows in the world, to give ordinary people a voice.
Ushahidi came about after the post-election violence in Kenya in early 2008. The election went south. The media houses were shut down. During that time, we started to see reports of violence.
That just gives you a quick view. And one of the things that we learned from this experience, more of that, the video is available on YouTube, you can check it out later. And one of the things we learned is that that I'd like to share with you is to fall back in love with problems, to be guided by function when designing. Some of these questions about what guides you as you design the platforms that you design and what values you embed in your companies have become a little bit more top of mind in the last few weeks. The questions of what guides you, what choices do you make, or what values are you baking into the algorithm of the companies that you build. Just from our experience, think about the problems that you're solving and use function to drive the technology. It was really about problem solving here. It wasn't about, oh, we have the greatest technology. At that time, it really wasn't. It was very simple technology. It was neither high tech nor low tech. We used simple mobile phones and a simple mashup to put everything together. It's really how you end up working with other people to make it all solve a problem. Now, what if the platform could be open source and available for all other kinds of uses? And in 2009, we made it open source, and it was useful in Japan and also in Haiti. I'll tell you a quick story about Japan. I didn't realize the power of the web until, well, I knew the web was powerful. But when the Japan earthquake happened, our friends at Amazon Japan and a few other, OpenStreetMap Japan and other friends who were asking, you know, we were asking them, how can we help you? And they said, look, we need two things translated into Japanese. We need the manual for how to run Ushahidi translated, and we also need the platform translated. At that time, we didn't have useful tools like Transifex, which enables easy translation. So what we did was just, we put all the strings in a Google Doc, and then we shared it on Twitter and said, are you bilingual? Can you help us translate this? And within less than 48 hours, the whole thing was translated. It was really incredible. And it really shows you the power of inviting the global community of volunteers who, we cannot make a mistake thinking that volunteers are not experts. Some of the top scientists in New Zealand, some of the top developers were volunteers when the platform was used to respond to the New Zealand earthquake. So that's also something that is really powerful about the internet. It can bring everyone with different skill levels, but let's not think that volunteers are not experts. Some of them are highly expert. The other thing that we learned is this question of culture. How you build and you defend your culture. Does it encourage participation? How does the company culture complement the values that you stand up for? And I'll end the talk with the 3 non-techie words. How many of you here run companies or organizations? How many of those are technology companies? Now, it's often, and I'm guilty of this, when describing our organizations, we often go with the technical terms. It's a crowdsourcing platform. It is a cloud-based this. It is the Airbnb of that, or if some technical terms, right? But we must pause and think about the non-technical terms that our companies represent. Do our companies represent participation? Do they represent inclusiveness? What sort of things do our companies encourage people to do? Do they encourage people to continue consuming and consuming and consuming? Or do they encourage people to participate? Or do they encourage people, what value are we bringing in the technology that we're bringing to the table? So the non-technical adjectives that you use to describe your company. Just think about that for a moment. I hadn't thought about that for a really long time, because when I used to talk about the Ushahidi story or the brick story, I would often talk about the technical part of these things. Or brick can be used for Internet of Things, it can be used for this, it can be used for that. but let's also think about the values and the non-technical terms of what our software is actually trying to do. At Ushahidi, what we did was, in terms of culture, one of the things that we realized was not only was the company open source, but very diverse. We had people, and we still have people, from different walks of life, different locations. And one of the key things that we didn't realize at that time, but I realize now, is that we would often, in our company handbook, it wasn't a normal company handbook, it was filled with insider jokes. But we would often say that you need a passport the moment you get into Ushahidi, because you will travel here. You will go out and tell the Ushahidi story to others. You will have open source meetups and encourage others to join us to change how information flows and for them to use the software to deal with the problems that they have in their own backyard. So the culture that we tried to have was an openness to the world, and I hope that continues under the new leader. It has continued under the new leadership of Daudi Were and Nat Manning and the other directors of the company. On this question of culture, another very successful company in Kenya called Safaricom, which came up with the M-Pesa mobile money system. And it had about 70,000 users in 2007, and right now it has 23 million in 2016, and 42% of Kenya's GDP is transacted via M-Pesa. But when you talk to the CEO of the company, Bob Collymore, he will tell you that the values of the company are about transforming lives. And that became clearer the last few weeks, I think it was last month, when there was a photograph that was posted on social media of Pauline Shamola. And she's a customer service representative in one of the Safaricom stores. And she had knelt down to assist a disabled man who needed some help with his mobile money account. And she didn't know that somebody was taking a picture of this. So she just did her job and went back. And then when she went on break, she checked her phone and it was blown up. Many messages from her mom who thanked her for the work that she was doing, from many people. And it reminded me that if you have somebody, if you have a leader who thinks about these values of transforming lives and embodies that, then the other people who work for the company will find ways to embody that in their daily lives. It's not just what are the non-technical terms? What are the non-monetary terms? I've just mentioned the monetary numbers, which are impressive and continue to be impressive. But also this, I also find extremely impressive. She later met with the CEO and they had selfies, but that's another part of the story. So truly this idea of values, another value that I'd like to share with you today is one of diversity. That it's truly the spectrum of our humanity, that it's the richness that can bring to our lives. And we've seen that. I've experienced it with working through Shahidi and also with Brick and other companies. But I urge you to think about that. If nature abhors a vacuum, diversity hates apathy. So figuring out who moves us and how do we move them and how do we move together is really, really important. One of my friends, Adewale Ajadi, talked about this. He writes about this and talks about it and said, it is the greatest force in the world. If you do not use it productively, it will unleash the most destructive consequences. I don't need to tell you about what we've seen the last couple of weeks in America, but truly, I urge all of us to think about this question of diversity and how we are standing up for diversity, and because we have seen what not standing up for diversity can do to a country. So just some quick stats from Africa, which is one of the most diverse continents. We have 103 million youth worldwide. Actually, we're looking at 54 countries with over 2,000 languages, sparsely populated with harsh conditions, cultural nuances. I find this richness an opportunity and a place to figure out the solutions for the next advent of the internet, I hope. And on this question of diversity, it's not just about, you know, the feel-good kumbaya feeling, which you will find. Achieving racial and ethnic diversity, according to an Intel report, can help the technology sector generate an additional $300 to $370 billion in revenue annually. So advancing diversity in technology is good not only for citizenship, it's good business and good for national and international marketplace. I'll end this section with just 3 words that I've come to realize about the work at Ushahidi. It was about collaboration, it was about community, and it was about cooperation, and that the internet can enable all of this. And I dedicate part of this talk to this amazing group of the current Ushahidi staff, and there are many other volunteers who worked together to advance the technology that we built then, and they have a new platform now, and I'll show you a screenshot at the end. Now, the internet is not without challenges. Vint Cerf early this year wrote a paper about internet fragmentation, and he talks about this question of walled gardens and zero rating by companies like Facebook that contravene the values of net neutrality. They contravene the spirit of which the internet was built. And what happens is there might be a generation of people in Africa or other places of the world who will not experience the internet of possibility that we experienced when we got online. Why shouldn't they? We should truly work to make sure that with the connectivity that is happening around Africa and other parts of the world, that it brings together the internet of possibility and not walled gardens, where you don't have makers, you just have consumers. That is not the promise of the internet. And the open internet is the air, the water, and the soil of a garden. I'm glad to hear that Peter Sunday is out of prison, but this is a collective. The internet is yours, it is mine, it is ours. And the heroes and the people who garden on this internet, sometimes they get jailed because society may, you know, to say the least, disagree about what they think should be done on the internet. But I'm reminded by Joy Ito that it truly is that you are the gardeners, you are the producers, you're the people, you're the new industrialists. You're the ones who are going to make the internet better. There are also other challenges when you come to the internet of today, where you have issues with information overload, filter bubbles, fake news, all the recent conversations that have been happening over the last 2 weeks. And we live in an ecosystem now that the aha moments of how we will solve these problems will not happen just by one individual. It'll happen with us in community with others. It may happen here today. It may happen later. But the point is, it's in the network, it's in the power of the network that results into interesting solutions. There are challenges. There continue to be challenges. From where I currently live and where I'm based out of, there are 70% of Africa is still not connected. What happens when we connect the unconnected on the edges of society? What happens when children are provided with equitable access to knowledge? These are questions that are yet to be answered. But one important question that I would like to keep in mind is how we can give That's 70% of unconnected people, the internet of possibility, and not a narrow view of the internet. This is where the work with Brick comes in. Brick is a hardware and services company. Let me just correct myself right there. The non-technical terms to describe Brick is a company that creates connection, creates possibility through rugged technology for emerging markets. You see what I did there? Hope you can do that for your companies too. You can think about non-technical terms to describe your companies and the values you stand for. And in the face of power blackouts, we wanted to create technology that would enable people to stay connected. And a few years later, we also created some technology for education and some technology for the Internet of Things that helps with smart farming and enables people to be able to instrument and to control their greenhouses through mobile phones.
At Brick, we truly understand the challenges of digital education in Africa. Just having devices or getting connectivity won't solve the education gap. We have to look at the bigger picture of delivering a sustainable platform for education. So we took what we had learned from working with Kenyan schools. We took the rugged products that we have been building at Brick, and we put them together into the first fully integrated education platform designed in Africa for Africa. We introduced the Kio Kit. The Kio Kit combines the connectivity of the Brick, the server and content capacity of the Brick Pi, and 40 of our Africanized Kio tablets into a simple, integrated platform that instantly turns any schoolroom into a digital classroom. The entire solution fits into a secure, rugged, and weather-resistant case. To keep the setup simple, the Kio Kit only has one cable, its power cord. Because the classroom experience is so important to us, we designed the entire platform to be turned on and off from a single button. The Kio Kit revolutionizes the very idea of having technology in the African classroom. We don't just think about these ideas in our Nairobi lab. We spend a lot of time in classrooms across Kenya, observing, experimenting, and getting valuable feedback from both the teachers and the students. One lesson we learned from our earlier design iterations is that the tablet charging connection is the greatest single point of failure for devices used by children. So we engineered the Kio not to require a cable for charging. The Kio Kit includes the first practical use of wireless charging for education tablets, where the student simply drops their Kio into the kit and it begins charging. Another thing we observed in the classrooms was the teacher's challenge in describing how to put on the headphones correctly. So we color coordinated the earpieces to make giving instructions even easier. A common issue faced by schools in Africa is power interruptions. Once charged, the Kios and the entire kit can run through a typical 8-hour school day. In off-grid environments, you can even run the entire system using solar. The Kio Kit stores all the educational content on it, so that you don't need to be connected to the internet or power for it to work. This means a school child in Turkana can get the same access to learning as a child in Nairobi. Brick is committed to leveling the education playing field in Africa. The Kio Kit is what happens when Africans design a solution for African schools.
Now, this is my hope, that we can create a digital survival guide for the 21st century. What if we could educate current and future generations on what the internet is, its ethos, its culture, its rich history? What if we included internet and web literacy as a key part of educational access for the developing markets? This is something that I'm currently working on in conjunction with Eric and the team at Brick. And we hope that in time, that we can share the idea of the internet of possibility with future generations. And it's not just for young people. We can also extend these connectivity solutions for older women on the edges of society, places that are forgotten, places that are not reached by resources. We can share the story of the internet and also hear about how their lives can be transformed with connectivity and collaboration, hopefully, and cooperation with others. Last but not least, I leave you with this question. Who do you serve and how well do you understand them? What tools are you using to listen to, be it your customers, be it your community, be it people on the ground? This idea of bottom-up flow of information seems to be very, very important for us. And as we find ways to be empathic to others that we do not understand, we must first listen and we must first understand. And that in the business arena can be about what is your local market, who are your customers, but also in the open source technology space or even in the technology space, who is your community? How do they move you and how do you move them? But the most important question is, who do you serve? So we've gone full circle. These three words came about as I was thinking through not only Ushahidi but also BRIC, this idea of connection, opportunity, and possibility. And I was reminded that we have come full circle. Just a few weeks ago, I was volunteering with the Ushahidi team for the election in the US, and the work continues under Nathaniel Manning and Daudi Were. It continues to be a diverse global team that exemplifies collaboration, cooperation, and community. And then I thought about it. You know what? It was built into the internet the whole time. So what is your story going to be? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Please stay up for a while. Wow, that is really a positive picture and very heartbreaking in many senses, warming my heart, that is. So I was thinking, my daily work is as an information security officer. So being a gardener, I'm also afraid of the spread of the weed, the littering of the commons. So what are your thoughts about that?
It's absolutely, we need all kinds of talents to come into this space. So of course, when it comes to the problems in the garden of the internet, we need all kinds of skills to come to bear, to really see the possibility and to cultivate a culture, a positive culture of the internet, so that it's an inclusive place where people feel safe to be on the internet. There's some scary stuff with bullying and just horrendous things against people of color, against people. It's been really heartbreaking, but we can build better. In processing some of these questions, I think the challenge comes back down to us. Can we build better? Can we build systems that encourage the better part of our humanity? I think,
not
can we build better? Yeah, can we build better?
And with people like you, I think that would be possible. Thank you very much, Måns.
I would like to introduce this year's gift to the speakers.
Oh.
We are, from the Internet Foundation, are working hard with including children in the future of the internet. And as towards that goal, we are letting children build their own robots to learn about technology. And in conjunction with that, we also teach children how to program. And this robot is a special version of the robot that children can build, and we hope that it will brighten your day in the future from Internet.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Nu är det dags för dagens andra keynote och vi har med oss en person som brinner för öppen källkod, precis som så många andra i det här rummet. En person som brinner för att hålla internet öppet och fritt. En person som har jobbat i väldigt många år med att göra internet bättre och framförallt webben på många sätt. Heilmann har jobbat till exempel på Mozilla och gjorde många förvånade när han gick över till Microsoft och började jobba med Edge. Han kanske förklarar lite om en stund varför han gjorde det valet. Men han ska fråga oss lite hur internet mår idag. So please welcome Heilmann.
Remember that? Remember when it was, when reaching the internet was an achievement, when that sound always came up and I explained to people what the internet is, and my thing was always like, when it sounds like everything is broken, then you're online. And it's a bit like looking at Facebook the last few weeks, like everything's broken and I'm online. But reaching the internet was an achievement. It was something that I had to work for. Okay, it wasn't hard, but you connected the cables and you knew where everything went, and we started liking the internet because of that, because we put effort in. If we get something for free, we don't appreciate it. If we get something with a little effort, we appreciate it much more. That's why paying people a lot of money for things they don't want to do doesn't work. You can pay them less if they're happy. So that's an interesting part there. And I wonder if we cared more about the internet when it was harder to reach, when it was harder to do, and especially when it was slower, when we understood the impact of what we uploaded, when we understood the impact of what we downloaded, when it took ages to do something. And I also wonder if we stopped caring. We talked about just right now how important it is for some people to be online, but for us it's like, well, it's just another thing. And I wondered about this, what to do about this keynote when it's always like, do something about the state of the internet, okay? And I wondered, what if the internet were a person? And in America, we know that corporations are people. At one time, they said that, and I still don't understand what they meant by that. But if the internet were a person, I think it won't be in a good state. I think it's going to be pretty depressed right now, and pretty in between, wondering what's going on. And that's why I thought it would be interesting for me to play the psychiatrist of the internet and ask it what it's doing and what's going on. So this is me as a psychiatrist. Well, hello again, internet. How are we doing today? Not good, and I just don't know why. It's not that you feel threatened again, is it? No, that's over. That's a thing of the past. People talked about these. It was a bit scary for me when people talked about apps all the time and said that the internet is not important anymore. But the good thing is right now that nobody talks about apps anymore. They just became another consumer good that nobody cares much for. And people don't download apps anymore. They just use what is on their phone. They use their Facebook, their WhatsApps, their Google searches. Nobody downloads apps any longer. And I think the reason for that was that apps were too pushy. They all wanted to be your thing. They wanted to be your internet. And they want updates every 2 days. They want your data all the time. They nag you with notifications all the time. And people didn't want that. Apps also told you that they're like Tamagotchi. You know, they please feed me, give me your data, upload your photos here. You can't upload photos from me to somewhere else. They just like feed me, do me things. And people didn't want to do that anymore because we have enough on our plates already. And other apps told you even that you're in the wrong country. And that makes no sense at all. As the internet, I was always without borders. I didn't care where you are. I didn't care what disability you had. I didn't care what technology you had. You were invited. You were happy to work with me. And I think that's a reason why people come back to me, and I'm happy to embrace them, and I'm happy to see people coming back to me, the internet. Well, it's a good thing, isn't it? Sure it is, but I feel bad. I don't think I make a difference any longer. People see me as a given. They see me as plumbing, and they're not interested in how I work. We don't care what a tap works like. We just open it and water comes out. We only complain about it when the water doesn't come out, or when it's not clean, or when we have to clean the sink, but we don't care what water is, and people don't care what the internet is. Most kids don't know what offline means. There is no offline. We're just slower online, faster online all the time. And they don't see me as somebody to talk to and create things with me. They just want to consume what others do on me. Netflix, let's watch movies. It's not interactive TV. I cannot change the outcome of the show. I just watch the show. And then I go to Facebook and people talk about Game of Thrones. And I go to Twitter and people talk about football. And I'm like, when did people stop talking about me and with me? When did people stop creating things? And much like running clear water, most people don't understand that it isn't a normal thing for everybody. It is actually a privilege to talk to the internet and to talk to it freely. Having connectivity is hard for a start, but then being able to not be censored by your governments while you're talking is another privilege that people don't understand they have. And we're not using this privilege the right way. I want to matter. I want to be known as a great person to talk to. I want to be known as a savior, as somebody that helps people. I want to be the internet of the people, not the internet of products and the internet of TV shows. Oh dear, sounds like in the middle of a midlife crisis. Promise me you won't do anything stupid, like buying a fancy sports car to feel better. Well, I don't want to. But people do it. I have no choice. People keep pushing me into things I never meant to be in. People give me a face that I don't need. They don't understand that I'm there for them in any way, form, or shape. But they put me into all kinds of things I thought I never needed to be in. But it must feel good, doesn't it? Change is good. You want to be better. You want to be new. You don't want to be the same person for the next 50 years. Sure, and of course, but it feels that people don't realize it's good that people feel that realize that I'm flexible enough to run anything, but I don't want to start something commercial all the time. There's a few issues. I want to power things that solve issues. I want to help people with their things. I don't want to do things that are pure commercialism. Nowadays, you can call anything smart and you can sell it. Yesterday, I saw an umbrella that actually read if it's going to be raining. Don't need that. Will it count the drops and ask me how many drops it saved me from? That's just stupid. When people talk about Internet of Things, it's mostly inconveniences of the rich. It's not real problems. When I look at keynotes of like embedded devices in your house that tell you like, what's the weather like? Why don't you look out of the window? You know, it's rich people's problems that just don't appreciate computers anymore and realize they should do more for me. Let's track how many things I walk during the day while I'm ordering everything on Uber and get it delivered to my house. There are a few things that I like to power. I'm great at monitoring things and telling you if something breaks before it breaks. That's what me as the Internet of Things should be for. This is great. If a company that does escalators and lifts saves a lot of money by knowing when their machines are going to break down, when a car company realizes that your car needs to go into repair before it breaks down and gets you stuck, that's exactly what I'm for. That's exactly what I should be doing. Most things I'm pushed into are borderline silly and made to break. It's pure commercialism. It's just products that you buy and discard, and there's computer waste in there, and there's batteries in there. Like My Hydrate smart hydration system records how much water you drink each day. Just open the tap. You live in a country where it's clean enough to drink. The water in Stockholm is great. You don't need a bottle to repeat to you like, oh, you should drink something. It records data. All of these things record data all the time, and someone wants that data. It doesn't go back to the owner of these things. It goes somewhere in the cloud. And the owners get a little graph, and they basically understand that, ooh, look, that's my data. That's how many steps I did. But they're being monitored all the time, and they send this data through me, and I get dizzy from all that data. I'm like, there's so much stuff coming in various formats that I never understood. And the worst is that people connect things to me without considering the consequences. Just lately, a lot of things ganged up on me and took down a large bit of me for a while. Went down because of cameras and because of thermometers in the house and thermostats and Internet of Things devices that were set up without a password. Instead of telling people, this is your device, you put it in your house, it's monitoring you, put a fat password on there, something only you know. Nobody's gonna know that the password is 1234, right? Nobody knows that kind of stuff. So that the internet could be taken down by thermostats and cameras and light bulbs. Like 5 years ago, if somebody had told me that, they would be like, yeah, science fiction bollocks. Nobody's going to care about that. That's not going to happen. So it seems to me you feel misused and somehow underappreciated. Yeah, I think many bored of me. They want me to be flashier. They want me to do different things. VR, AR, mixed reality. This is where the internet is going right now. And I don't like that because the world is around us. We have one world. We got one planet to live on for now. And going into a virtual world that is made for us, of course, is enticing. It's great. But it's a few rich people that can do it, a few people who want to escape into an own world. I'd rather people use me to change the world around them and to turn them into interfaces, fine, to interact with it, but not to go into a 3D world and that can be consumed without effort. I'm not like this. I'm here to connect people, to help collaborative work. I want to be known to help people to talk to each other, not everybody else to go into an own virtual world. But that's what people do, isn't it? People create more data than ever. If you look at the statistics, they push images into you, they record things, they be creative on YouTube, they do great stuff. It's true, maybe. It could be. I think I am needed. People talk to me. That's true. People also take photos and upload them to me and send them to me. But what I've found in the last few years is that compared to when we started uploading photos on the internet, nobody describes them. I don't get explanations. I don't know what these photos are. People communicate to each other with photos. They don't do any descriptions. They don't even say when they were taken. They don't care if they find them later on. We consume and consume and consume and push things and push things and push things, and people just give me stuff without telling me what it is. And I'm standing there, okay, I store it for you, but if you can't find it anymore, why did you post that? Being first and getting quick things out and quick likes is more important. They're adding stuff over and over and over again. The repetitiveness of it makes me sick. The same photo 60 million times on Imager, because people don't check if it has already been posted. No, it has been posted. Don't give me that picture again. Point to that picture. That's what the web is about. That's what links are about. So people talk to you and it's meaningless. Do you feel like all you get is small talk? Well, I wish there was small talk. People have no idea how I work, and they upload the weirdest formats to me. You know, videos get converted into GIFs, so GIFs show up on every device, and then they are huge, and then the display sites display them again as videos to convert them back and forth. Both of those send data to each other in the worst format possible, and we just laugh about it for 2 seconds, and we had 8 megabytes of data sent around the internet, making me feel woozy and making me feel weird. They have no empathy of how well connected other people are. Like, we upload it because it's fast on your computer. If the other person takes like 20 minutes to see the thing, and then there was a kitten falling over, that was a waste of their time and a waste of their money. If people are remotely, or if people are actually not in their country and use their data plans, it can get really, really expensive looking at useless things. And they don't contain any information. There's no explanation first saying like, this is a picture of a kitten. Want you download it? No, we just send it and hope the other person is as connected as we are. When it comes down to it, I'm stupid. The internet, am stupid. And that's why I'm still around. I cannot break. I'm so simple. I don't retain things. I just transport things. And I don't care what format they are. That's what browsers do for you. That's what machines do for you. But I'm just there as a distributed system that nobody owns. That's why I survived all the other things. The ones using me to get information from humans use intelligence systems. They try to decipher what it all means. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, neural networks, all these really cool things, they don't understand what people upload, so they have to find computers to find information into these things, because sooner or later, they want to know what people uploaded. Take the chat systems you talked about. People chat to me all the time. These nowadays analyze images and turn them into words. They detect faces, they detect emotions, they detect text. And this data goes somewhere, I don't know where, and most of the users don't care. They just want to have a chat system. They don't mind if the thing spies on them, they just want to have a chat system. These systems then mimic human communication and give recipient intelligent answers to choose from. Isn't that cool? Like somebody uploads a picture of linguine and the other computer says like, linguine, please choose an answer. You don't even have to think about it any longer. And this is kind of weird, isn't it? Because if you think about it, people use me to communicate with other people and use language created for them by machines. So instead of using us, humans are becoming the transport mechanism for machines to talk to each other and mine data in between. There's no creativity there. We don't even talk anymore. I'm actually happy when somebody makes a grammar mistake because I know it was a human for a change. This applies to almost all content of the web. It's crazy. Algorithms write news. People don't write news anymore. You're not in control what's being shown to you on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram. Some clever algorithm showed that. And it was funny when Facebook just fired their trending team and then the algorithm went completely haywire and terrible things came out of it and they had to rehire humans again because we realized human communication is messy. It's not what computers are meant to do. So why do you think it is? Why do you think people still don't care about other people writing news? Why are algorithmic things so good? It's pretty simple. It's speed, constant change. Always new, always more optimized. People don't take time to verify things. It sickens me. Fake news are a big problem because they sound cooler. Let's click on them. Let's not use Snopes.com and analyze what the thing is. Let's not think about it, just get further in there. You might get a like for it. That's amazing. Much better than not lying to people. Why do you care? You're the internet. You shouldn't, really. Why do you care? What's the problem with that? You're right. Maybe I shouldn't be bothered. Maybe I'm like, fine, use me any way you want. I'm stupid. I'm just sending data around. But the problem is I don't feel good. I feel slow and I feel sluggish. I feel like I should be better for people. I feel full somehow. Take a tweet. 140 letters, right? Or in this case, how big is this? Not even 140 letters. Sending this to somebody else and loading that URL is 3 megabytes of code. 3 megabytes of JavaScript, HTML, CSS for 140 characters. That makes me fat. That makes me feel bad. Because if you want to talk to everybody, I'm too big for them. I'm fed too much sugar, too much carbs, too much fat, which is called ads, which is called things that people want end users to have without the end users knowing it. The average website is 2.4 megabytes with 220 HTTP requests. That's insane, if you think about it. I've heard from people in Albania, for example, on roaming, £12 per megabyte. So looking at this website would be the same as going to the cinema. This is not what websites are supposed to be. Most of the new people who are eager to meet me will never get me because they can't afford me. They can't afford a website of 2.4 megabytes. For them, it's actually a large amount of money just to go on the internet, and every byte is a prisoner. Every byte has to count and not be something there. Of course, the company that does tweets or Facebook or whatever else, or every other company out there, wants to give users the functionality as soon as possible. That's why this data is there. But it feels kind of more sinister to me because all of them start locking people in. It's like all of them have a browser built in. So if you click a link in one of these systems, you stay in that system. You're never going back to the browser. You're never going back to the other systems on your device. You never go to other resources on the internet. Everything becomes one thing. They try to trap you inside one application. And I'm meant to be a loosely connected network of things. I'm meant not to be one thing on your machine. I'm meant to be lots of services that give you information, that talk to each other, that go to each other. Clicking a link goes away from your system to something else. That's why I'm so sturdy. That's why I survived everything else. It's not 3 megabytes for 140 characters. It should be snappy. It should be something going back to each other, talking over APIs, whatever. People still don't get that about me. Maybe it's because I got 2 fathers and no mother. Some people get angry about that and don't understand it. Maybe a woman's touch would have made a better system, but it's too late for that. But more women in me, with me, would be great probably, to understand that humans are diverse and not only white men that do one thing. I think the worst about it, though, is that I'm almost in my 30s and I still haven't got any income. I don't make any money. I don't have any money on my own. What do you mean by that? I mean, millions of dollars on the internet, right? Gold rush, startups, blah, whatever. You have money, right? No, I don't. There seems to be no way to make money with me. All everybody else is show ads and products for products and services people may or may not buy. People don't pay for me, they pay for access for me, but they don't pay for services. They pay for something else that they might get, and most of the time it's just ads being displayed. The problem is, if you ask for money to access something on the internet, people will not use it. Or they find the illegal version of it and delete it after 24 hours, because then it's legal, right? We raised a whole generation of people who don't understand that the web is free to create on, but not free to consume. Things that other people did, somebody should get paid for sooner or later. But people don't understand that. They just want it free and then have some ads maybe shown that they can ignore. Ads are making me sick and obese. Many of them don't stop at showing people products. They spy on people who use me, mine how they interact with things, and sell that data to others. In the past, only people who use me for criminal purposes did that. You know, ransomware, blackmail. But now every single website does that. Every ad that you have, your data goes somewhere with you without knowing it. And you think that everything is for free. It's not. Your data goes somewhere. You're being sold to somebody. Well, can't you do anything about it? You're the internet, right? You connect people. You should be fine. Well, I can't, but some people try. There's ad blockers, there's new browsers that remove ads, there's proxy services that actually take the big fat internet and make it smaller and give it to people on their machine so they can consume it. And that's kind of cool, but it feels to me like a laxative. You know, I still need to consume all of that and then they remove it. That's not a healthy way of losing weight. We should not have this data on me in the beginning. We should just delete it before we actually go there. And some of them have nasty side effects. You never know who watches the Watchman. So there was an add-on to the browser that now was found out to sell all the data in the background to other people. So we block you from the evil people because we're the good ones, and now our money has run out, now we sell your data as well. Who to trust? Who watches the Watchman? That's dangerous. That's okay. What do you need to feel better? You feel like you're angry, you're unhappy. I want to communicate with humans again. I want to see real content. I want to see human interactions and real emotions, not likes and happy things and like retweeting things that are funny because likes. I don't want to have predictable creativity and quick chuckles. I'm drowning in memes. I'm drowning in pictures that already have the joke in them before you send them out. This is not clever. This is not creative. This is just people doing things over and over and over again. I want people to use me for what I was meant to do. Real communication and real creativity. Do wild things with me. Do things that people don't expect. Just don't do the things that like, oh, gives you the most likes and is du jour the cool thing to do. Yeah, you said that already. What's stopping you? What is your problem? How come you cannot get people inspired to do so? Well, there's two kinds of people. There's those who know my weaknesses and use me to attack others and bully them. Trolls. It makes me really sick, and I find disappointing that those who act out of malice are better than the others. Those people know how to use me. Those people know how to use a system, hide themselves in anonymity. Those are the ones that destroy any communication between humans, but they're darn good at it because they have no other things on their mind. That's what they do. That's their hobby. That's their cool thing to do. I'm terrible on the internet. Yay for me. And the other kind of people are those who don't care. They have me, but they just don't understand that I could bring prosperity, information, and creativity to the whole world, and not only to the Western world of rich people on $600 phones that get told you need a new phone because your phone is too slow. Care about me. Think about me. Do cool things in me, and you will see that you find people everywhere in the world that are interesting. I need to lose weight, and I need to be more open to everybody out there again. Not dependent on a shiny and well-connected consumption device. If your website times out on a 3G connection, you probably haven't used me. You just used your own infrastructure and thought that's the world. I'm worldwide. Let me be worldwide. And let me be inviting for people again. So what you're saying is you're stuck between bullies and sheep. Well, that's your words, not mine. I actually like people. Some of my best friends are people. And I want to keep empowering them. I want to be there for people. And I'm here. You can use me any way you want. Please don't use me to bully others. Please don't use me to chase your own virtual identity rather than being yourself. However, if we don't act now, those who always try to control me will have won. Not because they're good at it, but because intelligent, kind and good people of the web allowed the hooligans to take over. Governments trying to control me, companies trying to control me, do so because of the terrible people and to make it safe for security. Think of the children. Well, think of your own children. Think how they use the internet. Be part of this. Be part of their education. Show them how beautiful I am as a resource to learn things. Governments want to control me very, very terribly right now. And when I see, for example, what the UK is doing, I'm not afraid of China anymore. There's not much difference there. And this is a free country. This is a country where people have the choice and where people have a free education and should be fighting for me, but they don't because they're happy to watch Netflix and wonder if the next Game of Thrones things comes out. You sound kind of worried. I do, I am. We all should be. This is not a time to be silent. This is not a time to behave. This is a time that needs rebels. Encrypt what you can. Help people encrypt what they can. Consume the right things. Question authority. Question whatever you read on the web. And tell people off for disseminating the wrong information. Tell people off for misusing me. Tell people off for... and support people who want to use me the right way. We need rebels right now. And rebels are those that use intelligent words, proper grammar, kindness and empathy for other people, and are not afraid to show that online. This is what we need right now. People use their words, their kindness, and their willingness to teach others the benefits of using me rather than consuming through me. Maybe there are quite a few here today who listen to me and help me to get fit and happy again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You spent some of your speech blasting umbrellas that feel if it's raining or connected donuts and memes. Why do you hate fun?
I don't hate fun. I love fun, but I love fun with other humans. I don't. Well, I mean, I would love to have this umbrella as a kit that I can build together with my kids and explain them how it works. I don't think it should be $300 umbrella that people use. And I mean, I would love, it doesn't have irony in it, you know, it just is like a smart umbrella. If it really would count the raindrops and then tell me I protected you from so many drops a day and I compare it to other friends, that would be interesting again, to a degree. But it's just like, we make it smart because we could put a computer in there. And I'm more worried about the security aspect of it. If the umbrellas of this world are the next thing to build a botnet, then we have a real issue. The Internet of Things is lacking the human factor, so we keep trying to do that. I was wondering if you had smart genes and you go online and you look at other genes, will they start tweeting you? They're like, should we talk? Why are you looking at other genes?
I was more thinking if my genes would tell me that they don't fit anymore. You seem to have gained weight. Maybe you should, you know, replace me.
There is a smart belt that actually does that.
Oh, no.
It shows you every millisecond what the change of your thing is. And you're like, I don't want to know. You know, I was just enjoying this semla. I was like, this is the things.
Yes.
We buy things to. 1984 had all these cameras everywhere, and I think the only thing he did not predict is that we're going to buy the devices that spy on us and spend money on them. It's really bizarre. We make it so easy for horrible people to use our data because we give out far too much for fake internet points and likes and these kind of things.
The robot uprising will look less like Terminator and more like that smart belt that one day just chokes us when we're putting it on.
I gave a lot of talks about machine learning lately, and I always compare Star Trek and Terminator, because Terminator is always like the future where robots kill us and stuff, and robots wouldn't kill us. There's no point to that. They would use us as data sources, and they would do things with us or enslave us, but they wouldn't kill us because there's no point to that.
Oh, that's much better.
Yeah. But Star Trek had ubiquitous computing. Computing was just there for us, and we're there. We're almost there. All the things you saw in Star Trek in 1999, 1991, 1992, we have now. We have in our pockets. We don't appreciate it because we realize it's just a normal thing. What we forgot that Star Trek has is moving humanity along as well. Past the need for money, past the need for massive structures. This is what we didn't do. We now have we will lose 80% of our jobs to computers in the next 5 years. That's a fact. That's not even a question anymore. So the best way to be not replaced by the Amazons of this world right now is to invest in your people. Make it more human again. We need to be realizing that these things are there for us, not for us to feed them with data all the time.
Thank you very much. I hope you will appreciate our gift. Where did you go? This robot hopefully will not strangle you in your sleep.
Hey.
Instead, this robot is built by us to encourage more children to learn about the internet and hopefully not build smart refrigerators, but something else instead.
Whoa,
Yeah.
it's got an Arduino inside it.
Yes.
Cool. If you live here, by the way, every Saturday inside the Spotify office, there's Code Club for Kids. So if you want to go with your kids to learn coding, you can do that, and it's volunteers running that as well.
Right. Or you can join one of our initiatives at barnhack.se.
Any of them.
Any
of them will do. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jag hoppas verkligen att ni inte har blivit avskräckta först av mitt dystopiska öppningstal och sen av de här två talarna som också pratar om hur det var bättre förr. Jag tänkte att vi skulle lyssna lite på, inte på World Wide Web igen, ni kan vara lugna, jag kommer inte spela den en gång till. Men vi kan lyssna på de heliga orden från Nick Borgen, för du vet vad han sa. Här blåser aldrig vindarna, här stänger ingen grindarna, här får du vara som du vill.
Han måste ha pratat om internetdagarna.
Ja, men visst är det en fin vision ändå för internet som fanns en gång i tiden. Jag tror att vi här inne nu när vi ska gå på våra spår, vi ska känna att vi kan gå ner till våra spår eller gå in i våra spår och så är det internet vi ska ta tillbaka. Det är det internet vi ska bygga. Där vindarna aldrig blåser, där grindarna aldrig är stängda och där vi får vara som vi vill.
Och där vi tar hand om varandra.
Ja. Och vi ses igen här klockan 13.30 för en lunch-keynote och sen självklart klockan 17.00 då vi ser Edward Snowden också.
Stämmer bra.
Ha det så kul!
Låt kaffet smaka. Hallå där, välkomna tillbaka. Smakade lunchen?
De av er som fick lunch, alltså. Det såg en lång kö där ute. Vi ber om ursäkt för att det tog lite lång tid att få mat. Vi hoppas att det blir bättre för de av er som kommer tillbaka imorgon.
Okej, jag missade den biten.
Ja, du tog väl först av alla?
Jag kastade mig fram. Så, det är för oss ett väldigt kärt återseende att än en gång få välkomna till internetdagarna Mikko Hyppönen, en av världens främsta datasäkerhetsforskare och forskningschef på det finska datasäkerhetsföretaget F-Secure. Han skriver också för New York Times om sin forskning och han har skrivit för Wired. Och han är också i styrelsen för Nordic Business Forum. Mikko Hyppönen, tervetuloa!
Thank you, and thanks to all of you for being here today. Indeed, my name is Mikko, and I spend my time with the worst of the worst on the internet. I spend my time tracking the organized online crime gangs, tracking the scammers, the spammers, the criminals, the malware writers. And even though I've been doing this for basically all my life, I've never lost the hope for the internet. Because I think we're all unusually lucky to be alive right now, to be alive during these defining years for the mankind. Because we have to remember we are the first people who really live their lives online. And while internet has clearly exposed us to many kinds of new risks, it has exposed us to many, many more benefits. So much connectivity, so much business, so much entertainment that the internet has brought us, that the downsides pale in comparison. And if we really want to fix the problems that the internet has created for us, we only really have two problems to fix. And those two problems are the problem of security and the problem of privacy. Now, fixing privacy is unusually hard, because that's one of the things, breaching privacy is one of the things that has made internet so useful to us, because all the services we use are free. You get free access to things that you used to pay money for, but of course they're not really free. You pay with your privacy, you pay with your data. And with that sense, we might have already lost the fight on privacy, or lost a big part of it. But let me give you one practical privacy tip. And that is about webcams. And we of course all know the risk that somebody might hack your system and gain access to your webcam or the camera in your laptop, and then they might watch you. And that's an unnerving thought. And you can fix that by putting a piece of tape or a post-it note on top of your laptop camera, which is what I have done. But the tip I have is even better. Don't put a tape over the camera. Instead, tape a small mirror on top of the camera. So if you get hacked, then the hacker will only see himself. Right? I should probably patent that idea, right? And we can also think about the two problems we have, in particular regarding security. Because when we look just at the security problems, we can divide those into two problems: technical problems and people problems. Some of the security problems we have on our systems are coming out of vulnerabilities. Vulnerabilities which basically in the end are bugs in the code. And we will always have bugs in the code as long as our programs are being written by human beings, because human beings make mistakes. But then again, we also know how to fix the technical problems. We fix them by fixing the bugs. We fix the bug, that fixes the vulnerability, then we just make sure everybody updates their system, and we're done. But we can't do that with people. We can't patch people. We can't update their brains. At least we can't do that yet. And we can try to do it by educating people, but that's hard. It's unusually hard to make people learn anything about security. And these failures of human beings, keep biting us all the time. For example, let's have a look at passwords. And it's a little bit disheartening that we even have to think about password problems in 2016. But this is one of the core problems we have. And the typical mistake here is that people choose bad passwords, or they use the same password everywhere. And we actually know this from questionnaires. There's around 20% of people who only have one password. And I don't mean that they have one password, the password management program. They really only have one password. They use the same password on every system, everywhere. On their webmail, on their corporate VPN, on their online banking, one password. So if it gets compromised in one place, it's compromised everywhere. But you don't have to be stupid to recycle your passwords, because we saw this very well this summer when the news of the LinkedIn breach became public. LinkedIn was breached in 2012, 4 years ago. But the database was actually released only this summer, a couple of months ago. And there were plenty of victims in this breach. Actually, 60 million people lost their email address, their password, and some other pieces of information. And after this breach, it was quite obvious that many people had recycled the same password in multiple different sites. One person who was burned, or who got caught in this breach, was Mark Zuckerberg, the guy who founded Facebook. He was part of the breach. So we know his password. His password was da. And he used the same password everywhere. Well, on all social media sites, every single site except Facebook. On Facebook, he had something stronger. But on Twitter and Tumblr and everywhere else, it was da. So you don't have to be stupid. I mean, obviously, he's not stupid. He's a clever guy. He's very clever. Yet, he gets burned by problems like these. And you know what? He wasn't the only victim. I was a victim as well. I was a victim in the LinkedIn breach, because I had a LinkedIn account in 2012. I wasn't really using it for anything, but I had an account. And I learned that I was a victim this summer. And I actually, when I first heard about this, I didn't hear it from LinkedIn. The first notification I got from a service called Have I Been Pwned? And this is something I recommend to all of you. It's a website called Have I Been Pwned? You go there and you leave your email address. And then when there's a data breach, like LinkedIn, they will mail you and tell you that, by the way, your email address was in this data breach. And if you use the same password somewhere else, you should not only change it here, but change it everywhere else. And this is a trustworthy service. I know the guy who runs it, Troy Hunt from Australia. Recommended. Have I been pwned? But why was LinkedIn breached? I mean, why was it breached? Well, we probably should ask this guy, because this is the guy who's right now being investigated about the breach, who's right now under arrest for this breach. His name is Yevgeny Nikulin from Russia. He is under arrest for this case, and if he turns out to be guilty, he's the person who was selling the database for 4 years. So he was making his money not by misusing the data, but selling the data to other hackers. So how would those other hackers convert this information into money? Well, there's multiple ways, but the most typical one would be that they would take those 60 million email addresses and search for Gmail addresses in there. Just search for addresses which are from Gmail. And of course, that would be probably, I don't know, 40% of the email addresses there might be from Gmail. Then they would try the LinkedIn password to Gmail. Just try if that's the password for that Gmail account. And if it is, they just got in to your Gmail archive. All right, what would they do next? Well, they would search the history of your Gmail account. And as you know, Gmail never deletes old emails. So they might have your last 10 or 15 years. What would they be searching for? They would be searching for registration emails. You know those emails when you get when you register to a new site? In particular, they would be searching for registration emails from online stores. Online stores where you most likely have saved your purchasing information. So they would find 8-year-old emails about some online store, and then they would try logging into that store. Now, with very bad luck, the same password would work even there, but even if it doesn't matter. Because now they know that you have an account in that online store with this email address. So they would go to that online account, to that online store, and they would click the magic button. Because every login page has this magic button. The magic button which says, I have forgotten my password. And when you click that magic button, then the online store will send you a new password to your Gmail. So services like Gmail have become a single sign-on system for all the online stores you use. If your Gmail gets breached or your webmail gets breached, attackers can gain access to online stores. And then they can start ordering PlayStations and laptops with your account. So how much money can you make out of selling databases like these? Well, we don't actually know exactly, but Yevgeny, the guy who's being investigated for this breach right now, has been active on social media. And if we look at, for example, his YouTube accounts, he's showcasing his cars. That's a Lamborghini Huracan together with an Audi R8. And according to his Instagram, he also has a Mercedes, an Aston Martin, a Porsche, and a Rolls-Royce. Crime does pay, right? But we have to remember, he's actually caught. If he turns out to be the right guy, he will go to jail. Now, for the last couple of weeks, the headlines in tech media have been about the Internet of Things, IoT, and Industrial Control Systems, ICS. Now, have any of you ever seen what nuclear reaction looks like? It looks like this. And today, when you look at any nuclear reactor, they're all being controlled by computers and software. Actually, everything around us is being controlled by computers and software. And this is a very, very fundamental change. It's especially fundamental to us computer security people. Because for years and years, we thought that our job as computer security people is to secure computers. Turns out our job is not to secure computers. Because today those things are computers. Everything around us is computers. Every single company has become a software company. Every single company has become a software company. A car manufacturer company is a software company. A food processing plant is a software company. A power plant is a software company. So our job is not to secure computers. Our job is to secure the society, because the whole society runs on computers and software. And one of the main mechanisms of securing your devices is to try to restrict the attack surface. And the easiest way to do that is to keep them disconnected from public networks, so it's harder for the attackers to reach them. That's not a foolproof solution, but it sure makes your job easier. So don't expose your systems to public networks if you don't have to. Which sounds very simple and turns out to be surprisingly difficult in today's world of IoT. And we know this because we regularly scan the whole internet and we find things from the net which really clearly should not be on the internet, which clearly are on the internet by accident. Industrial control systems exposed to public net by accident. How could that happen? All too easy. You have a configuration mistake. You have one remote connection added for administrative purposes. You misconfigure a router. You have legacy systems that you don't know about. So when we scan the net, then we find things which really shouldn't be on the internet, and we often find them with no authentication. So there's no username or password, and you end up with a control interface of an ICS system. Now, I know most of you can't read Finnish, but here's a headline from a Finnish newspaper from last week. This is from the Länsi-Suomi newspaper, and the headline says, kenttämiehiä odotti kahlu allas, häkkerit sulattivat Äijänsuon jään. What they're saying is that these are the guys who were running a local hockey ring in the small town of Äijänsuo, and some unknown hacker hacked into the control interface of the hockey ring and melted the ice of the hockey ring. And this is, of course, a problem which is only characteristic to Finland. For example, here in Sweden, I'm sure there are no control interfaces for hockey rinks which would be exposed to the internet with no username and password. And then there's another tip about security systems, which is that if you set up a security camera, especially if you set up a security camera so you can monitor the status of your plants, put a password on it. And this IoT revolution is getting a little bit crazy. There are IoT devices that I had no idea we would actually need. Let me show you an example. This is an IoT mattress. Yes, a mattress. You know, a mattress that you sleep on with IoT functionality. So you have a mattress which you connect to the internet. Now, why would you actually connect a mattress to the internet? What's the functionality you're going to get? Well, it has a sensor for contact zones, so it can tell you if your bed is used in a suspicious way. This is real. I mean, I'm not making this up. They actually have that. And yes, that is quite funny. But what's not funny is that 3 weeks ago we saw the largest IoT botnet to cause the largest denial of service attack in the history of the internet. This was the so-called Mirai botnet. And there is no single Mirai botnet. The last time I checked, there was 55 different Mirai botnets. They are all based on the same source code which was released by the author of this botnet around 4 weeks ago, a hacker which we know by the name Anna Senpai. As he or she released the source code 4 weeks ago, we've seen a massive amount of copycats running these botnets. Botnets which contain hundreds of thousands of infected devices, none of which are computers. They're all IoT devices, because that's the only thing Mirai tries to infect. And it's actually very basic in the infection logic. It's simply scanning the internet, trying to find IoT devices. And then when it finds an IoT device, it simply tries logging in over Telnet, not even over SSH, over Telnet, using passwords like admin, or username admin, password admin, or root default, or support password, or motherfucker. And this alone enables it to gain access to hundreds of thousands of devices. I don't know if there were any smart mattresses amongst those botnets that were used to launch the attack, but maybe it's just possible. And today the situation is that you go and buy, for example, a security camera, and you just plug it on the internet without configuring it at all, which means you don't change the password. In less than 3 minutes, it will be infected by Mirai, or by one of the Mirai botnets. So it happens so fast that by the time you're reading the manual, you're already infected. And this is a little bit sad, because right now it seems to be that the Internet of Things itself is becoming a clear and present danger for the Internet. And this is not what we were promised. But maybe it's just too early. Maybe this will get better. Like I mentioned in the beginning, the internet has brought us downsides, new risks, but it has brought more good things than bad things. And maybe that's the same thing that will happen with Internet of Things. Maybe in 10 years' time we can look back and then we can say that yes, IoT exposed us to new kinds of risks, but it brought more good things than bad things. We don't know that yet, but we can hope, we can wish that that's the future. Another big thing which has been in the headlines for the last couple of weeks has been governmental hacking, especially related to the presidential elections in the United States. Now, let me be clear. I don't believe that governmental intervention or governmental hacking from the Russian government changed the outcome of the US presidential elections. But I do believe they tried. I do believe they tried. We can actually link back the hacks which were targeting Democratic National Committee or the Clinton email servers themselves back to earlier attacks which we link to Russian government. And Bloomberg Television did an interesting interview with President Putin. During that interview, Putin was asked straight up that, who hacked the Democrats? And it's interesting what he answers. He answers, is that really important? Does it even matter who hacked it? The important thing is the content of the emails. There's no need to distract the public about who did it. There is no need to distract the public about who did it. We shouldn't worry about who hacked the emails. Instead, we should be looking at the emails themselves. So when I was younger, it was the hackers that were the ones which were causing havoc and leaking and releasing private information. Today, it's governments causing havoc and releasing public information. It sure is strange. But that's where we are today. You might have heard the saying that data is the new oil. And this is completely true. Data is the new oil. This is how many of the IoT startups are planning on making money. It's not necessarily about providing new features over the internet to our home appliances. It might be even more important to collect information about the usage of those appliances, to get data, because data is valuable. And this will quickly lead to a situation where you will buy home appliances and you don't even know that they are IoT appliances. I mean, you go and buy a toaster and there is no IoT features. I mean, why would you even need IoT features in a goddamn toaster? But it's going to be online anyway. Why? Because it's going to become so cheap to put it online. And the benefits it creates are not benefits for you, the consumer. They're benefits for the manufacturer. Because now they can collect analytics, like how often do you use the toaster? Or where are you? Or about failures. And that's valuable. And as you collect data, and if data is the new oil, you really should be also worrying about oil spills or data spills. Data is also becoming a liability. And the more you collect it, the more liabilities you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wow. Well, I feel like home. I used to make some of these parts as well. And it is a number of areas that we need to worry about. Big data, as you said, Internet of Things. But you didn't mention mobility, which is another area for concern. So do you have any comments on that?
Sure. When we look at our smart devices, I mean, smartphones or our tablets and things like that. That's an area which actually also gives me hope, because when we look at how security has changed over the last 10 years. Over the last 10 years, we got Android and iPhone and these systems, and they are much more closed as environments compared to our Windows or OS X or even the old Symbian smartphone systems. And being closed has downsides, but it also has security benefits. And the situation right now is that it's clearly more secure to surf the web with your tablet than with your computer. So for security, mobile devices are actually a big step further. They do have still big problems with privacy, because many of the mobile vendors make their money by collecting information about you, and most of the free apps in app stores make their money by collecting data. So mobile devices make our privacy problems worse, but they actually make our security problems in a little bit way going away.
As long as the users choose to protect them properly, that is. I mean,
like I said, we always have the technical problems and then the user problems, and we can't patch the users because there is no patch for stupidity.
No. Is that a shame, isn't it?
Yes.
So just a final one. You know that, I mean, I do appreciate the digitalization of society because there's a lot of lovely things that you can do. But it had also been an area for innovation even within the information security area. What would be the next big step for information security, do you think?
Well, I mentioned earlier that if we want to get rid of vulnerabilities, we have to be able to fix the bugs. But what if we wouldn't have bugs at all? What if we could actually create code that wouldn't have bugs? Which sounds like an impossible thing to do. And yes, it's very hard to do, but I also do believe that we are living the age where we will, during our lifetime, see artificial intelligence. So it might one day be that the code in our programs will not be written by human beings. It will be written by an AI. And when we have a superior intelligence writing the programs, it won't make mistakes. Or if it makes mistakes, those are so hard mistakes to exploit that we will never be able to exploit them.
And you can still blame the humans.
Yes. The downside will be that all programmers will be out of a job, but
there's other things you can do, like cleaning up cabins on ferries. No, that's another story.
We have a gift for you.
I hope it's booze.
It's not booze. It's an IoT device.
An IoT device, exactly what I need. It's a toaster.
It's a little robot that is not connected to the internet yet.
All right.
You feel free to connect it to the internet.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Or fill it with
much
booze.
Appreciated.
Yes.
Even better than booze.
Another warm hand for Mikko Hyppönen.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ja, spännande och intressant. Det har varit ganska mycket om farorna och nedsidorna med internet idag. Men det är också
men är det inte lite baksmälla liksom för internet
är det?
Just nu? Ja, men det händer rätt mycket. Det händer mycket bra saker, men det händer också mycket tråkigt. Så. Men det är det vi ska rätta till.
Förlåt, jag fick ett meddelande här från min madrass. Jag måste gå.
Ja, spännande. Ja, en annan sån liten device som jag hörde talas om var blöjor som twittrar till föräldern när barnet har kissat. Alltså jag har tänkt mycket på det där. Jag tror att det är ett sätt, enda sättet kanske för barn att få föräldrarnas uppmärksamhet från telefonen. Hörrni, vad händer nu? Vi går vidare. Tillbaks till era spår och lyssna på resten av dagen och sen ses vi igen till kvällens. Kanske du ska säga någonting om det?
Klockan 17.00 ses vi här igen och då ska vi få träffa Edward Snowden, i alla fall virtuellt. Välkomna tillbaka då.
Välkomna tillbaka. Jag var inte riktigt beredd på det.
In 2009, EIT Digital set out to accelerate digital innovation in Europe to promote economic growth and societal development. 6 years later, we've become the leading organization driving Europe's digital transformation. We deliver breakthrough digital innovations to market, promote entrepreneurship, and help startups to scale up. We use blended education to train the digital leaders of tomorrow. We mobilize a pan-European ecosystem of over 130 partners, including businesses, universities, and startups. We integrate education, research, and business through our network of co-location centers. We invest in digital technologies for Europe's future. It's been a great 6 years, and the future looks even brighter.
Hej igen! Välkomna tillbaka. Vi har närmat oss den sista punkten för dagen och Måns, ska du guida oss?
Ja, internetdagarna, vi kallar den för Sveriges viktigaste konferens för alla som jobbar med internet. Och därför är det självklart jättekul att få introducera en av de absolut viktigaste personerna för internet under 2000-talet så här långt. Och för att göra det så tänkte jag be att hälsa välkommen till scen Anna Lindenfors som är generalsekreterare för Amnesty International, den svenska sektionen, och Olle von Yxkull som är chef för Right Livelihood-stiftelsen. Välkomna.
Tack.
Tack.
Hej! Snart ska vi få möta Edward Snowden och jag är säker på att det har förts många diskussioner över köksborden om hans modiga gärningar. I alla fall så är det så hemma hos mig kan jag säga. Han avslöjade i maj 2013 storskalig massövervakning av vanliga medborgare. Och 30 år gammal så lämnade han sitt hem, sitt liv i Hawaii och reste till Hongkong med ett antal hemligstämplade dokument i bagaget. Dokument från USAs underrättelsetjänst, NSA, National Security Agency. Och de läckte han så småningom då till journalister och avslöjade existensen av övervakningsprogram som spionerat på de flesta av världens digitala kommunikationer. Helt vanliga människor, som du och jag, kunde bli spionerade på av exempelvis webbkameror. Det här var ju helt sanslöst. Edward är en visselblåsare och för det har han betalt ett väldigt högt pris. Han befinner sig efter avslöjande i Ryssland och utan möjlighet att resa någonstans, allra minst i sitt hemland i USA då, där han riskerar 30 års fängelse för spionage. Och det är ironiskt tycker jag att Snowden som exponerade för världen det enorma spionage som på vanliga medborgare som den amerikanska regeringen ägnar sig åt. Nu anklagas han för spionage enligt en lag från 1917 som syftar till att döma landsförrädare. Snowden har inte spionerat för något land. Han har istället avslöjat massiva människorättskränkningar för allmänheten och alltså utfört en enorm välgärning för USA men faktiskt också för hela världen. Amnesty International anser att ingen ska åtalas när man lämnar ut information om kränkningar av mänskliga rättigheter, utan tvärtom bör skyddet för visselblåsare erkännas och stärkas både på nationell och internationell nivå. Edward hävdade att hans enda motiv för att läcka dokumenten var, med hans egna ord, att informera allmänheten om vad som sker i deras namn och det som sker mot dem. Och som svar kallade den amerikanska regeringen honom en förrädare som avsevärt skadat USAs nationella säkerhetsintressen. Men det finns faktiskt inga belägg för att exponeringen av massövervakning har skadat USAs säkerhetsintressen eller amerikanska medborgares liv. Tvärtom har avslöjandena faktiskt lett till att skyddet för privatlivet, som är en väldigt central rättighet, snarare har stärkts avsevärt. Det här är också en fråga om rättigheter, om mänskliga rättigheter i den digitala världen. Övervakning används mer och mer som en metod för att kontrollera och tysta människorättsförsvarare, inte minst av förtryckande stater. Det här måste uppmärksammas. Det handlar om rättigheter som vi tar för givna men som inte alls är givna idag. Yttrandefriheten och mötesfriheten som hotas av den här övervakningstrenden och har en enorm negativ påverkan på människorättsförsvarare i hela världen. Det är inte ovanligt att människor slår larm om människorättskränkningar. Modiga människor världen över gör det hela tiden. Ofta i förtryckande miljöer och med enorma personliga risker som följd. Rätten och möjligheten att avslöja oegentligheter som sker med statens goda minne, det är helt centralt i en demokrati. Just nu pågår Amnestys globala kampanj Skriv för frihet, där hundratusentals människor världen över agerar för ett flertal personer som av en eller annan anledning utsätts just för kränkningar av sina mänskliga rättigheter. Det kan handla om frågor som landrättigheter, dödsstraffet och tortyr. I Edwards fall lyfter vi specifikt det faktum att ingen ska kunna åtalas för att ha avslöjat kränkningar mot de mänskliga rättigheterna. Tvärtom så ska visselblåsares rättigheter skyddas. Gällande Edward Snowden så är våra krav riktade till president Obama att han innan han avgår den 20 januari benådar Edward Snowden. Och ni får hemskt gärna skriva under våra krav via sms som finns där. Ska finnas där strax. Lämnar jag över till dig, Ole.
Ja, det kravet att Obama ska benåda Snowden, det är någonting som vi i Right Livelihood-stiftelsen stödjer fullt ut och som vi vet att många av våra pristagare runt om i världen stödjer och som vi verkligen hoppas att ni också stöder. Och det står där uppe, det är bara att ta fram telefonerna och mässa för att visa stödet för det viktiga kravet. Ja, det är några som tittar ner och det är tillåtet att ta fram telefonen nu och stödja kampanjen. Obama har ju varit den president som agerat hårdast mot visselblåsare, som ni kanske vet. Den här spionerilagen som du nämnde, Anna, den är från första världskriget och har bara använts 9 gånger mot visselblåsare. Och 6 av de gångerna har varit under Obamas tid. Och problemet med en sån rättegång som skulle vänta Ed om han kom hem till USA skulle vara att under en rättegång med spionerilagen då får man inte åberopa de motiv som man hade för att läcka. Rättegången handlar bara om det fanns en läcka eller inte, men han har ingen möjlighet att försvara sig. Och det är därför han och hans advokater säger att det inte skulle vara en rättvis rättegång. Den situationen har nu blivit ännu mer allvarlig med Donald Trump som nästa president, som i valkampanjen skröt om att han skulle göra en deal med Putin för att få hem Snowden. Och ni kanske följde nyheten i fredags att den person som antagligen blir CIAs nästa chef är en republikan från Kansas som har sagt att man borde avrätta Snowden. Men vad kan vi i Sverige göra för att hjälpa Snowden i denna allvarliga situation? Ja, vi kan göra väldigt mycket faktiskt härifrån också. För 2 år sedan gav vi Right Livelihood-priset till Snowden för hans viktiga avslöjanden hösten 2014. Vi hade precis fått en ny rödgrön regering då. Vi hade en liten förhoppning om att det kanske skulle vara möjligt att ta emot honom med en garanti mot utlämning så att han skulle kunna ta emot sitt pris i Sverige. Det är ju en bizarr situation att hans motståndare klagar på att han befinner sig just nu i Ryssland. Men Ryssland var ju aldrig hans val. Han tvingas vara i Ryssland eftersom mer än 20 västeuropeiska länder där han sökt asyl har vägrat att ge honom det skyddet. Det vi försökt driva i Sverige både på hösten då när vi gav honom priset och senare också var inte ens asylfrågan utan att vi bara skulle ta emot honom här med en garanti mot utlämning. För vi har utlämningsavtal med USA och enligt det avtalet så får vi inte lämna ut en person som är anklagad för politiska brott. Och spionerianklagelse, det är helt uppenbart politiska brott. Så vi uppvaktade många svenska politiker och vi skrev debattartiklar och vi hade en riksdagsdelegation som reste till Moskva med oss för att träffa honom. Men vi fick ingen som helst garanti att Sverige skulle hålla sig till regeln att inte få utlämna för politiska brott. Och då bedömde vi att risken var för stor. Och alla de andra västeuropeiska länderna har visat samma feghet i den här frågan. Men vi tycker att det nu är en ny situation med Trump som president. Nu måste våra regeringar i Europa markera att de värderingar som Ed försvarar, det är våra värderingar. Så det viktigaste och bästa skulle vara såklart om han fick erkännandet hemma av president Obama och om han skulle benådas. Men om han inte gör det, då måste Sverige och Europa ta sitt ansvar och låta honom resa in. Att vi i Europa ska ge skydd till förföljda visselblåsare, det är någonting som också Europarådets parlamentariska församling har krävt och uppmanat alla medlemsstater i Europarådet att stödja whistleblowers. Och det är någonting som vi verkligen tycker att den svenska regeringen ska bli mer aktiva. Och man skulle gärna kunna gå i bräschen så att kanske en inresa till Sverige blir möjligt. So if Edward is already seeing us here, we just want to say we really look forward to the conversation, but we also hope that the next conversation will actually be here in person on a stage and not by Skype link.
Right, so we're really delighted. So we're delighted that Edward Snowden has accepted the invitation from Amnesty International and Right Livelihood Awards for these specific discussions here at the Internet Days. And I'd like to present Britt Starkson, the facilitator for this session. Britt is the CEO of Blank Spot Project, a crowd-funded independent investigative journalistic platform. And she's also a media strategist specialized in internet and democracy. So, thank you. How?
So you here, you are very welcomed here. So you are at the Swedish Internet Days. It's really the meeting place for everybody who works within the IT industry. And it's such an honor to be able to talk to you about some of the burning issues that you have taught us so much about, but also what goes on right now. But before we are going into those more troublesome parts, could we maybe start from the point that we also heard this morning here at the Internet Days, talking about the fact that we are only 40% that are connected today. So it's still 60% of the world's population that will be connected. And linked to what you have taught us, that gives us such a possibility to really change things. So in that note, how do you see what is the real core values that internet has given to humanity?
Yeah, this is a complicated question, and I think there are a lot of ways to come at it. But when I think about it, I tend to analogize it to my own experience, working in the CIA and the NSA, where the fundamental problem that we were encountering was we were trying to substitute the best judgment and ideas of 330 million Americans with the judgment of a few officials behind closed doors who weren't accountable to the public, who could decide anything they wanted without anybody knowing what's going on. And there wasn't any kind of pushback, because the only people who were sitting in these rooms were people who already agreed with one another. Similarly, we have this rising internet where we have this robust culture of people who built the internet, and we've opened it up and expanded it to more and more people over time. More and more people have been attracted to it, the capabilities it presents, the values that it puts forward. But as we move on away from those initial early adopters, and then sort of pioneers who come in and join us in exploring this frontier that we're building together, we start to get the late adopters, the people who are the last to come around, but they are the people whose ideas will differ from ours the most. And this isn't a bad thing, right? This is actually a good thing. This doesn't mean that our initial values will be sort of overthrown and cast away by these people who come in, but we'll be challenged in new ways. We'll be reached by new perspectives, and we'll have a conversation that gets broader and richer with each passing year.
But how would you say that the balance between the empowerment that I know that you usually talk about as the huge possibilities and the trends of more and more actions regarding the net is disempowering?
Yeah, this is the challenge, the sharp edge of technology that we seem to be cutting ourselves on today. is we were promised these capabilities that were intended to raise us up and make us a more enlightened society. In many ways, they are. They free us from labor in new ways. They connect our communities in new ways. They create bonds of fraternity that are uniting human hearts across borders and languages. But at the same time, properties of these systems are being exploited in ways that were never predicted and never intended by the initial engineers who were just trying to make the thing work, right? They weren't trying to make it perfect. They were trying to make it functional. And that, unfortunately, is the same reason that everybody in this room today who has a cell phone on them is leaving a more or less permanent record of their presence here. Because every phone in every pocket is constantly singing into the sky, saying, here I am, here I am. And cell phone towers are registering those voices. They're taking a note and saying, I was the one that was closest to it. I heard it the loudest. This was for a practical reason, right? It's so when somebody dials your phone number in Germany, every cell phone tower in Germany doesn't go searching for your phone. Only the one tower you're closest to actually sends out that signal. But the unfortunate downside of that practicality, of that efficiency, is that we are in many ways becoming subordinated to our systems of technological capability. And we have to be very careful in the coming decades to make sure that they continue to liberate us as they were intended, rather than fall further down this slope where we've begun to sort of skid and eventually end up being indentured to our technology rather than masters of it.
But I often wonder if is there something regarding the issue that we seem to, in that technology development that goes on, forget the basic human rights, from which is the basic foundation? I would say that everybody in here really would route for freedom of speech. We all do that very easily. But there are so many things going on where we seem to forget the privacy as one of the human rights. How do you see that they are linked together?
Yeah, you know, there's a very popular meme, a mimetic idea that's being passed around governments who try to justify these new intrusions, these new expansions of law over the digital domain, over the activities that are happening in our homes, on our laptops, in our bedrooms, on our cars, you know, wherever we travel, wherever our devices travel, they want to be there too. The government wants to be in your pocket. They want to be in your home. They want to be in your life. And they justify this saying it will keep you safe. It will keep all of us safe. It will defend the status quo. We're doing well. And more than anything else, you should be afraid. You should be afraid. And the solution to that fear is to empower governments. Now, this is also happening by corporations now and other groups. But the central argument here is that the antonym, the opposite of the word privacy is security, or the opposite of security is privacy, that privacy is this threat that's placing us in danger. But that's not actually how it works. The absence of privacy is not the presence of security. And the presence of security is not the absence of privacy. Rather, the absence of privacy is the presence of censorship, right? When you don't have privacy, when you can't speak ideas without the judgment of others, you don't share those ideas. You're a little bit more quiet. You're a little bit less free. Privacy is the right to be who you are. Privacy is the right to the self. People say, oh, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear, but they miss the point. Privacy isn't about something to hide. Privacy is about something to protect. And that thing is a free and open society. That thing is who you are. That thing is your true beliefs. Privacy is the foundation of all other rights. Freedom of speech doesn't have much meaning if you can only say what's popular without experiencing some retaliation, some backlash. The safety, the security of your ideas doesn't come from men with boots and guns, right? It comes from a recognition that you can test these ideas amongst family, amongst friends, amongst community. You can socialize these ideas to figure out if they're strong enough, if they're ideas that you're proud of, that you can actually circulate and release out into the world, and have them be challenged, have them be protected, right? Freedom of speech doesn't guarantee a freedom from criticism, but it does guarantee a chance to be heard. Freedom of religion, similarly, doesn't have a lot of meaning if you have to adopt a state religion or just what your parents believed in, because doing something different is immediately known and highlighted by the group. You're different, you're strange. And that's where we get to the basic idea that privacy is what enables progress. Privacy is the right to progress. Privacy is what allows us to evolve, because privacy protects those who are a little bit different. If you're the most powerful member of society, you don't need privacy, right? Because you can defend your ideas, your rights, your property, your beliefs in where society should go in the future through other resources, through other mechanisms. You have men with boots and guns, you have money that falls out of the sky, you have access to all of the levers of influence that are out there. But what if you're the minority? Yeah. What if you're vulnerable in a little bit of any different way, right? If you are different and you are disempowered, you are the one for whom rights are intended the most, because you are the one who faces all of sort of the slings and arrows of opposition, of criticism, of people trying to silence your voice, of people trying to sand away the edges of your difference. They're trying to change who you are because it makes the world more comfortable for them. This is what privacy is about. Privacy is what makes you an individual. Privacy is what makes society open. And if politicians say, well, you need to give up your privacy to make society a little bit safer, what they're trying to actually say, what the translation of that is having a robust and evolving society is unpredictable. It's uncertain. And we're tired of that. We think that we've gone far enough. We think we've moved things to a comfortable point, and we don't need any more change. So what we want you to do is give up your voice, freeze progress where it is right now, and say, enough is enough. I like it here, and we will never take more than another step forward because it introduces uncertainty. But while we can understand that on some level, right? We all want to be safe. We understand the allure of security. It's a false measure, because every point of progress in human history, every advance of human rights, the expansion of dignity that we all enjoy today has begun not only as something that was different, but in many cases, a movement that was in fact illegal. When we were trying to do away with monarchies, these were called rebellions. When we were trying to abolish slavery, this was considered to be law-breaking. When we're defending persecuted people, when we're advocating for the enfranchisement of women, all of these things were riots against the established social order. And so I know I've gone on a long time here. But if I could say, just one thing, it's that, yes, there is uncertainty in an open society. Yes, we don't know what tomorrow looks like in a democracy. But uncertainty is the price of democracy. That unpredictability is not a weakness, it's a strength. That is the thing that allows us to evolve.
We talked before about the fact that you can go on rambling. These are the kind of situations where I really want you to do that, because this is so key. that we realize that the human rights and the one we should emphasize on is not freedom of speech, it's actually the foundation of it all, and I think you described that so wonderful, and how that uncertainty you describe is so challenging for everybody. So I would like to go on and let's talk about the aftermath and maybe also the responsibilities we all have linked to the US elections, because that's also maybe a good example of sort of what is the role of the major tech companies? How do you think about what recently happened during the US elections? Because there is a change on how things are changing that we see.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's hard to think of a better example of uncertainty than Donald Trump as president. But look, this is something that we need to remember, because it is important. This is a time where that unpredictability can in fact be the origin of our fears. Because this is a position invested with a lot of power. But the president does not rule the world, nor does he rule any one of us. We, the individual citizens, the companies that we create, the values that we promote, the systems we build, the conversations that we have, the actions we take every morning when we get up and decide how we're going to move through the day. These are the things that decide our future. And this is critical because when we think about the advances of technology, when we think about all of the capabilities that have been put in place by all of these governments, not just in the United States, but around the world, even in Sweden with their own intelligence, the FRA, and other groups, doesn't matter whether it's Russia or China or France or Germany, or the United Kingdom, which just passed the most extreme surveillance bill in the Western world, and in fact in the history of the West. We have to recognize that governments make mistakes, and that because of this, we need to be aggressive about building safeguards into our system to mitigate the harms, the damages that result from these unpredicted, unexpected circumstances. Now, when we think about how this interplays with corporate policies, right, and the citizen, you go, well, what can I do? I'm not the Prime Minister of Sweden. I'm not a king. I can't make the rules. But in a lot of ways you can. Everybody works somewhere, or in fact, most people do. And whether that's at a private corporation or something that you built yourself, whether it's within the government, we can promote change. And one of the central challenges of these mass surveillance systems that we're discussing today is the access to data that they have. If we're talking about the current election as an example, in the wake of sort of the hack of the US political process that we saw where these emails got sent loose, Donald Trump was once asked what he thought about that. And rather than condemning it, he said, and I want to quote the words directly here so I don't get them wrong. This is an exact quote. He said, "Honestly, I wish I had that power. I'd love to have that power to hack anybody's emails, to release whatever he wanted about political opponents or whatever." And now he does. That's the world we live in. How do we fight back? How do we enforce our rights? Not to say Donald Trump is evil, I want to, mitigate him, I want to make sure he's disempowered or whatever, because that's not really the issue. We don't care about Donald Trump. Donald Trump is just a president. It's an important position, but it's one of many. What we actually need to think about is how are those things enabled? And that's when we look at the story of 2013 to today, that all of these companies, all of these internet service providers that we rely upon around the world, whether it's Google, Yahoo, Facebook, Apple, anybody, they've gone beyond what the law requires in the United States to allow the government to sort of rifle through their data holdings. If you're an American citizen, they have to go to a secret court that always says yes. and get a rubber-stamped warrant before they can tell Google, we want all of this person's email. But if you're not an American citizen, and this is true today, anybody sitting in this room right now, an analyst sitting at the NSA, such as myself, does not need a warrant from the court. They don't need to establish probable cause that you are engaged in any kind of wrongdoing. Instead, the Attorney General, our top justice official in the United States, goes to that same secret court only once a year, and he provides a list of general activities that he considers threatening to the United States or matters of intelligence interest. And if you meet any of these categories of activities, they can simply, the analyst themselves, can self-certify that these authorities, this is under a law called the FISA Amendments Act, Section 702, mean they can go use these programs to gather this kind of information in response. And this continues to be the case even despite the fact that a few years before, the underlying laws in the European Union that allowed your data to be passed to these US internet companies collapsed. This was called the Safe Harbor Agreement. When they found out the United States was cheating and their laws were allowing them to sort of indiscriminately rifle through this information, they said we need a new agreement. Well, earlier this year, when it was assumed that the next president would be Hillary Clinton, they passed a new agreement called the Privacy Shield, which doesn't actually require the United States to change their policies in any way. Their laws are still the same. They can still do the same things today that they could do in 2013. It's really a liability shield for companies more than it is a privacy shield for consumers. But now things have changed. That unpredictability came back. And it has never been clearer today, or it is clearer today than it has ever been before, that this agreement needs to be renegotiated yet again. Because now we have a president who's saying they don't really care about these international agreements. They don't really care about this careful balancing of power. They don't care about the consideration of the equities of the other side. They don't really care too much for human rights in general. And if this is the case, how do we defend it? And this is where we start getting back to those companies. The only way that they can truly enforce this, because even the best intentioned company can't resist a government that's happy to jail them unless they're ready to move. But what they can do is limit the information that they're retaining about all of us. There is nothing that says these phone companies really have to keep permanent records or very long-lived records of where your cell phone travels. But they do, because it's cheap and it might be interesting. They might be able to make money off of it. But is it really necessary to the operation of their business to tell where your phone was 3 months ago instead of where your phone is right now? And of course, the answer is no. Same thing with internet companies. Do your Facebook messages really still need to be held 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road? Or do you need them for 6 months? If companies can start thinking about what is the actual realistic maximum of data that we need to be retaining about our users, they are setting a limit to how badly their service can be abused against the interests of their customers by outside forces. Because again, this is not about the United States. This is not about beating up Donald Trump. This is not about beating up any particular country. Because when one country does this, all countries do this. Russia submits the same requests for information to Facebook. China does the same thing. Iran does the same thing. Sweden does the same thing. They do it at different levels of frequency. But the bottom line is we need to start thinking about how we can protect human rights, not in the context of a single jurisdiction, not in the context of reforming a single law, but how we can do this globally.
So how would you say, how come we are not doing that? Maybe the question is that we do not, maybe it's the privacy issue we talked about, we do not value that enough, it seems, at times. But you talk a lot about the technical competence that you need, a sort of that it is that knowledge gap that we really need to focus on. You talk about the technical literacy. Is that something that could help? What competences do we need to be better to also roar a bit higher earlier as users as well? Or are we just naive?
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think there's a lot of reasons for this, and it's unfair to single out a single one. Technical competence does play a role, particularly in the public's participation in this debate. We saw in the United Kingdom, in the passage of this great mass surveillance law, there was very little protest because the newspapers hardly wrote about it. Many of the journalists didn't understand the law. The government did its best to limit debate about this law, to make sure no one was talking about it, to make sure that every sort of public statement that was released about this or study relative to it was written in opaque language, so that the public couldn't understand, and only an expert audience could. This puts a gigantic burden on the expert class to kind of broaden the conversation here. And in many cases, they're going to fail. Because again, it gets back to that same dynamic of how the NSA's operations got so bad. When you limit participation to these tiny fractions of population, you're going to get a poorer quality decision than if more minds were involved in arriving at these decisions. But I think beyond simply the thing there, we have companies that are burdened by a profit motive, right? It's natural and it's right. It's proper that they want to make money. That's why these companies were founded, right? Nobody should begrudge them the chance to make a profit. But at the same time, we should think about which companies we want to support. And we should have mechanisms to understand how these companies are operating, the kind of decisions they are making, and the social costs that are being created as a consequence of their operations. Just as oil companies are starting to face criticism, protest, and divestment of investments as a result of the impact of their industry on our global climate, we should have the same understanding of the consequences of these companies' operation on our digital climate. But right now, it's too opaque. We don't see how these things are operating, and it makes it difficult to say who are the good guys and the bad guys, and I think that has to change.
Yeah. So, but that links me really to go back to the US election. What would you say is the role of Facebook and Google in how, not maybe the results, but the whole change of media landscape and the different players that we have at hand when making decision on, for example, choosing a president?
I think, you know, I've spoken about this one before, and the way that I went at it was I said, look, if bad posts on Facebook or Twitter or Google can change the results of our election, that's a sad indictment of our democracy, even more so than it is of Facebook or Google. That doesn't mean that these companies shouldn't be concerned. I don't think we want private companies in a position to decide what kind of speech is permissible and what kind of speech is not permissible in an open global society. Because if Facebook is making intentional decisions about, nope, we don't want people seeing this story, or nope, we don't want people seeing that story, that's a precedent that can get out of hand very quickly. They might be using it in a beneficial way. To protect us from fake news today. But what about next year? What about in 5 years? What about in 10 years? They start to shape our understanding of the world in a very dangerous way. Whereas if it's our friends who are posting these articles, we have somebody to hold to a personal account there, and somebody who has just a normal level of influence. They're not enjoying special powers or privilege or status. But it is a real problem, and this is a difficult question to answer. But I think realistically here, we need to understand what the values of these systems are, what the values of these companies are, and to make sure that it is not governments that are telling them we get to make the rules about what gets shown and what doesn't get shown, because government censorship is even a greater danger than many other structures of power, such as corporations, because as powerful as corporations are, and they are a very real threat, there are alternatives. You can go to competitors. But this is one of those central questions that I think is yet unanswered, is when fake news, when facts that are simply not real, that are made up, but feel right, have become more powerful and more persuasive than our actual reality. What does that mean about our civil culture and our appreciation for real knowledge, meaningful analysis, and ultimately our belief in basic matters of science, which is that all things should be tested, and that that which can be asserted without evidence can and should be dismissed without evidence.
So, but what resources do you see that could battle that? Are we talking about competence? Do you see any other players here? Libraries? Or what do you see ahead?
Yeah, I mean, again, this is a very complex space. One of the central things is we have to be aware that these things are actually happening, that it's not speculation, that it's not conspiracy. And this is what we saw in 2013. This is the reason so much of the internet had this soft, exposed underbelly that was so vulnerable to surveillance. Was if you went out in the public and you said that every communication from every person in the world that crossed U.S. lines was being collected and stored and traded around like baseball cards with all of these other countries, even if the government knew it was unlawful to engage in these activities, they'd look at you like you were crazy. There were experts, of course, who knew this was technically possible, but they couldn't prove that it was actually happening. And the distance there between speculation, between suspicion that it could happen, and fact, having proof that it actually had happened, changed the conversation. It changed the internet, and in at least a small way, but a meaningful way, it changed our politics. And I think this is very much the same. When we start to see that these fake narratives actually have a real impact, we become more aware and more armored against them. We become a little bit more skeptical. We require a higher standard of evidence, and this is a beneficial thing. But you mentioned libraries there, and I think that's actually a critical role that we haven't thought about that much. The library system in many countries around the world has been searching for purpose when information has become much more easily shareable, when it has been much more easily tradable. But we can think of librarians as a professional class that are dedicated to the ascertainment of facts, the familiarity of facts. And it would be helpful if we had more public voices and more public institutions that could weigh in a nonpartisan, apolitical way, but help us understand where the resources are and what the facts are that allow us to actually resolve these controversies in a fair way.
What is very clear when listening to you is that, and I think that's so inspiring to hear here as well, is the fact that there are so many professions that need to step up to the game and see what is their role, as well as we as individuals when using these services. So I will let the US election go, but I do know that we still need to ask one question, and that is the fact how your views are on how it will affect your own situation. Is that something you will comment on?
I don't care. The reality here is that yes, Donald Trump has appointed a new director of the Central Intelligence Agency who used me as a specific example to say that, look, dissidents should be put to death. And I think that's a fundamentally un-American thing. But we have much bigger problems than my personal situation. I am the least important part of any of this. My effort to contribute to society had the most impact, I think few would argue, in years prior. I will continue to try to contribute to the best of my ability. But if I get hit by a bus or a drone or dropped out of an airplane tomorrow, you know what? It doesn't actually matter that much to me, because I believe in the decisions that I've already made. I've done my best. I will continue to do my best. And I will not be afraid of these kind of policies that fail to understand the most basic truth of any democracy, which is that dissent is patriotic. It's not treason.
I let them applaud you, so you feel our warmth from here. But let's go back then. When you decided to blow the whistle, you choose to turn to journalists. Why?
Yes. I was concerned about my own political biases, because when I was thinking about how we got here, again, sort of the original sin that led us to this series of mistakes, it was that we didn't have enough voices in the room. And when I was making these decisions, when I came to the belief that these programs were actually a violation of human rights, they were against American values, and they had violated not only the laws of the United States, but the Constitution of the United States, that this was an opinion of one. I went to colleagues, co-workers, I went to my bosses, and I showed them evidence of these programs and said, do you think this is right? And of course they went, you know, no, but that's not really our place. And I think, in a way, they were right. It's not the place of any one person alone to make these decisions, because they could be wrong. I could have been wrong. But that doesn't mean that you're silent. What that means is that you try to construct the same system of checks and balances that's supposed to keep our government upright, to keep us as individuals, even as dissidents, to the same standard of accountability. And so rather than acting on my own and publishing information on the internet directly, which I've been criticized for, and it's fair to say, right, this individual's acting as a gatekeeper, they're not sharing everything, the public should decide, it's a fair criticism. But I believed personally that some of this information was legitimately classified, but it did also need to be considered in understanding how the operations of all these programs work, where the line was between permissible and impermissible. And so I worked with journalists to remove my own personal political biases from the equation, to mitigate the possibility that I could have simply been wrong or too radical. Because this is the role of a free press in an open society, to contest the government's monopoly on the control and dissemination of information about their activities, and to ultimately measure the balance of equities in those hard questions where maybe it's close about should the public know about this or maybe not, between what the government says and what the public believes they need to hear. And so it was for this reason that I set up a specific system where I shared this information with journalists that I believed showed evidence of criminal activity, of violations of human rights and law. They then would remove me from the process, and they agreed to publish no story that that was not in the public interest to know, right? They wouldn't publish something just because it's interesting or just because it's newsworthy, but something that was actually necessary to create a freer and more fair society. And I didn't consider this to be sort of a betrayal of commitment to the public, but rather I believe this to be an indication of faith in the public, of loyalty to our values. to make sure that I'm not just trying to light a match and burn it all down on my own. And then, and this is where it got really controversial, I required the journalists in every case in advance of publication to go to the government and allow the government to argue with the journalists that any detail in the story that they were going to publish could cause harm to a particular individual. Maybe the journalists didn't understand everything. Maybe I didn't understand everything. Maybe we didn't see the big picture. And one sentence in a story might reveal a human agent behind enemy lines in a place like North Korea, right? And put this person in danger. As far as I know, this process was followed in the publication of every story. Now, it's important to note, this did not give the government a veto over the publication of any stories. It simply gave them a chance to make their case to the journalists, and then the journalists would decide whether to publish it or not. And I'm not aware of any case where the government successfully killed a story. There are a few stories where they changed a detail here or there, but I think that was fair because in 2013, everybody in the United States government stood up and said, this guy and these journalists are traitors. They're going to get people killed. They have blood on their hands. People are going to die over this. And yet, 3 years later, in 2016, nobody says that anymore. Nobody credible, anyway. Because with 3 years of history since then, all of these government officials have had opportunity after opportunity to show evidence that somebody came to harm, to show us the body, to give us the name. And they've never done that in a single case in more than 3 years. So I could be wrong here. I'm not saying my model is correct. I could be completely wrong, and criticism is fair and I welcome it. But what I will say is this. I think we did a good job in balancing real needs for secrecy in real cases. For example, we didn't publish the names of every terrorist, every criminal that's under investigation, of every program or operation that's keeping militaries from charging across borders. But we did manage to publish things that changed the laws of the United States. They changed the public's awareness of what the facts of their world actually are, and no one had to die for it. And that's something I'm proud of.
Yeah, you should be. When Obama was running for president, he actually, in some context that I know Glenn Greenwald wrote about when trying to explain the roles of whistleblowers just before your identity was revealed. That was a wonderful definition of whistleblowers, but let me hear it from you. What part, what role, and what's the definition of a whistleblower in a democratic society?
I define whistleblower a little bit more broadly than many do. The government's definition is someone who reveals waste, fraud, or abuse of the government's authorities. Now, they try to caveat that and say people who go through official processes, specific channels, and reveal this to specific officials, and let those officials make the decision about what should be done. This is pretty controversial, and most people recognize this is a mistake. It leads to a broken system. And I actually want to share with you the testimony of a government official, the second top lawyer for the National Security Agency, who was responding to another whistleblower, the whistleblower who preceded me at the NSA, Thomas Drake. He tried to reveal the warrantless wiretapping system, the same one that I was talking about 10 years before me. And when he went to this individual and said, the NSA has broken the law, it's violating the Constitution, this is what this official said.
If he came to me, someone who was not read into the program, and told me that we were running amok, essentially, and violating the Constitution, there's no doubt in my mind I would have told him, you know, go talk to your management. Don't bother me with this. I mean, you know, the minute he said, if he did say, you're using this to violate the Constitution, I mean, I probably would have stopped the conversation at that point, quite frankly. So, I mean, if that's what he said, then anything after that I probably wasn't listening to anyway.
So that's the government's position. My position is that whistleblowers are democracy's safeguard of last resort. In an open society, it doesn't matter whether you work for a corporation, it doesn't matter whether you work for the government, it doesn't matter whether you're on your own, you're an investigative journalist. If you see the structural safeguards protecting the rights of individuals, the safe operation of any system or program of scale, begin to fail, and you can do something about it, and you come forward and you say something about it, that's whistleblowing.
So, with your experience now, what would you give? What would be your best advice for someone who would like to who discovers wrongdoings and is thinking, what should I do with this now? How do you find people you trust enough to give information to, and what other tips do you have?
I mean, I try not to give individualized advice or generalized advice, because these are all individual cases. It happens in many different contexts in many different ways. When you look at the Panama Papers revelation, the source remains anonymous, their identity has never been publicly disclosed. And I think this was the right move. I think it was a good thing. It's protected this individual from reprisal, from private interests, and from any government capabilities, such as Panama, that might want to imprison this individual for doing what was clearly at this point the right thing. On the other hand, there are times when you have to come forward to establish the authenticity of the documents, to show that these things aren't tampered, that they are real, or 1,000 different ways. So it's difficult to give generalized advice like that. The main thing that I would say is to plan. Don't do this in a rush. Don't do this without thinking. Think moment by moment what the investigation into your activities is going to look like. And make sure that the story that they find from your phone records, from your internet records, from your conversations with friends, with coworkers, is one that will serve the public interest, and make sure that ultimately you don't pay an unreasonable cost for doing the right thing. This, unfortunately, can go wrong very quickly. In the case of Chelsea Manning, who revealed the video of the U.S. helicopter strike in Iraq that killed journalists and wounded children, as well as many other government records that were of primary public importance, to understand the reality of that war and where actual war crimes had been committed. She was betrayed by one of the only people she had confided in of what she had done. Be very careful about who you trust. Because when you tell someone what you've done, you can never take that back.
I forgot my question now. Seriously. Yeah, I wanted to talk about the journalist aspects of it as well. When you contacted Glenn Greenwald, he really did not even know how to read encrypted files. Do you want to comment something on encryption? We got this question today, how the role of encryption in integrity perspectives.
Yeah, so encryption has a lot of valuable properties when it comes to securing the confidentiality of communications, but also ensuring that these communications haven't been manipulated on the fly, that they haven't been sort of mutated or mangled, the integrity of them. But more than simply looking at it in an academic sense, right? When we look at the future and we look at the fact that we have enough examples of whistleblowing today to know that retaliation is not a question, it is a certainty. Chelsea Manning is currently serving 35 years in prison in the United States under conditions that have been so harsh. She has been driven to attempt to take her own life on more than one occasion. This is repulsive, and it's something we should never have to deal with in a democracy. But it is the reality of today. And when we have a world in which sources and journalists aren't able to go about their work in a safe and confidential way without resorting to the techniques of security agencies and spies, we're already losing. I think we can do a lot with secure tools, and they're absolutely necessary to the work of journalism today because of that status quo. But I don't think we should be satisfied or accept this as simply the way things are and should be. I think we should constantly campaign to change our policies and laws to create that world where people can talk to a journalist. They can tell them about matters of serious public concern without risking the rest of their life in prison. We may never get there, but we should never stop trying.
We will be leaving you now, but I would like to end by letting you know that the most common question we of course got when asking what would you like to ask Edward Snowden was if it was worth it. And I know that you have answered that many times and you really do think it was worth it, right? Yeah, and so I would like then to turn it around and really ask you, here we have some of the forefronts within the Swedish IT sector in every perspective. How could we pay back to what you have learned us? What should we do?
Fix the problem. Right, that's...
You might have 30
I know you guys
seconds.
can't do it alone as individuals, but together we really can. Even if you're not a technologist, even if you don't think you have any capability or expertise to do this, maybe you don't understand the issues that much, that's okay. There are many people like that, and their participation is just as important. There are a lot of ways we go about this. One of them is by speaking out, by telling people that you care, by telling people that this matters. And those memes that they put in the media about young people not caring about privacy online because they have a Facebook account is honestly bullshit. Those people don't understand how people work. They don't understand the value of selective sharing. They don't understand that it is empowering for you to be able to decide what people know about you, to tell people that you care about how you feel about this, but to protect it from others who are your enemies or your critics or whatever. That's not frightening, and that doesn't indicate a lack of concern for privacy, but rather a greater understanding of the value of it. Beyond that, speaking is not enough. It's not enough just to believe in something. You have to stand for something if you want to change things. And that means give your time in some way. If you do have technical capabilities, build tools. If you work at a company, speak up in meetings, try to change the policies. If you don't have either of those, and you don't have the time to dedicate to becoming an expert in these policies, because you have a day job, you've got a family you've got to take care of, give. Invest some level of your resources in the organizations, the civil society groups that will stand up and contest these policies on your behalf, whether it's Amnesty International in Sweden, Human Rights Watch, the American Civil Liberties Union, Freedom of the Press Foundation, or any other group around the world, the Electronic Frontier Foundation, Bits of Freedom, or any group, you know, La Quadrature du Net. There are 1,000 groups out there that with your help can do more. So be there, stand up, and be a part of it.
Thank you so much. We say bye-bye. Thank you so much, and listen to all the love for you.
Thank you so much. Good night, my friends.
And we meet you here next year.
And good luck. I'll see you then. And until then, stay free.
Tack så mycket. Tack så mycket. Tack.
En varm applåd också som gjorde ett fantastiskt jobb med det här samtalet. Tack Britt.
Tack.
Vad tror du Ann-Marie? Publiken ser väldigt törstig ut, eller vad säger du?
Ja, det tror jag verkligen. Och jag tror inte heller att ni har någon brist på samtalsämnen.
Nej.
Efter den här fantastiska presentationen, så varsågoda ut och mingla. Har du någonting att säga om detaljerna kring det här?
Ja, man kan använda sin bricka för att köpa öl i baren. Man blippar så får man en drink. Och så ses vi imorgon. Har ni inte redan köpt biljett till imorgon så går det fortfarande att göra det. Gå ut i gröna disken.
Klockan
vi ses
9.
imorgon. Hej då!